Alright. Okay. So... I know I said I was going to be starting stuff. Before I do, though, I just want to do these job quests real quick. Okay, so... There we go. Alright. Let's see. There it is. Okay. So this is Elushire. The tales do not do the place justice. Truly impressive. What the goblins and their fellow scavengers have managed to build upon the ruins of our colony. Oh, right. To the task at hand, as I mentioned before, we have reason to believe that the fugitives have recently passed through this town and may even still be here. For the sake of efficiency, I suggest we split up and search. I will see to the town's south if you could tend to the north. Okay. Alright. Get this quick. Well, that's Red Mage guy. Okay. Help! Somebody, please! I need help! Did you hear that? Yeah, did you hear that? I wrote this script. Whoa! Oh, dang. That man is in trouble! Yeah, no shit. It's another sage. Look at me! And I'm talking to you! That's the male Vera that we're looking for. Or a black mage. Or a thaumaturgist. Stop this at once! It's probably a thaumaturgist. Whoa! Nice! Impressive. A sage's barrier? Oh wait, did he erect that? Wait, why did he do that? Loifa. Too many eyes and ears. We'd best leave. I don't know who you are, and I don't care. You're not getting our way again. You've been warned. Oh, etheric trans teleport. Wait! Wait! Ah! So skilled enough to know how to use etheric teleportation. Okay. That was them, our fugitives, but why did their leaders protect you? Ah, such questions must wait. Whoa! See a cloud. Hmm. Thank you. Had you not intervened when you did, I dread to think what might have become of me. Interesting outfit you got on, dude. Permit me to introduce myself. Fladonet of Charlelagne... something. Truly? Truly? I am Charlelagne too, a recent graduate of the studium. In fact, would you mind telling us what happened? Oh, that an alumna would come to my rescue. Talek watches over his own. As to what has happened, he'll say, I'm going to about my business, when they set upon me without warning or provocation. Okay. I see. What is it? What is your business, if you do not mind me asking? Healing, the provision of it, that is. I am a sage, you see. And I travel the realm, providing treatment gratis to those who cannot afford it. Sorry, I had a bit of a burp there. A sage, besides. Speaking of which, one of your assailants, the Vera man, also wielded sage magic. Was he known to you? No, I have never seen such a lad's eyes upon... I have never so much laid eyes upon him before. I do have an inkling, however, as to why the villains have come after me. If they use the sage's art for ill, then the destination is to be Saint Mokrin's Arboretum. Oh, the place here. The Arboretum? What could they possibly seek in that abandoned place? There's a lot of interesting stuff in there. Following the Exodus, the cultivation of a certain plant became forbidden in Charlelagne, but that which can only be found in the motherland still grows freely there, among which are potent but dangerous herbs. Oh yes, very true, very true. I see. That does stand to reason, and I dare say it was for your knowledge that the fugitives attacked you. You too are a sage, yet you do not appear to be Charlelagne. How did you come by your soul crystal? Her. The good people of the Physis Technon had entrusted the crystal to me, and when it exhibited a strong resonance in Lucas's presence, I in turn entrusted it to him. Then you were chosen to inherit. In Artemis, is Artemis Mr. Fladrinet? That's a weird name. No, 'tis nothing. I was struck by the remarkable providence to have crossed paths with sages so far from home. Ours is a reclusive nation, after all, our policy to observe, not intervene. That did not sit well with me, and so I left Charlelagne behind, as the great Master Louisoix once did, and though I would never dare equate myself to him, I too believe in my duty to alleviate suffering in the world. Oh, nice. So that's what brought you to Eorzea. You are a noble soul, Master Fladrinet, and I commend your resolve. That's if he's telling the truth, which I hope he is. I'm very sus of him. Well, I must return to the road. I thank you again for coming to my aid. Till next we meet, let us both endeavor to seek out new knowledge and possibilities for the betterment of mankind. Hydrate a bit. let us head to St. Monica's Arboretum at once. Given what we know of the fugitives, I had considered that they might be after knowledge sealed in the great Gubal library, but Master Flatternet presents a compelling theory, and for all a proven theory of my own, our quarry have clearly enhanced themselves with sage magic. I had suspected as much given what they stole, but the leader's actions earlier leave little room for doubt, not that it gives us any greater insight into who they are or their ultimate goal. Regardless, to use the sage's soul crystal for ill is unforgivable, and I'll not rest until these criminals have been brought to justice. Right, to the Arboretum. Our mission aside, I dare say it will be an ideal place for your training. Yeah, right. What do you do again? Oh, right. Okay. Right, there's no place for teleportation. Um... There we go. Okay. Towards that big cluster of plants and trees growing from the top of that building. Or growing out of the top of the building. Alright. Here I am, once again. By the scholar! So this is St. Mosian's Arboretum. From the illustrations, I do not think it would be so immense. If it may interest you to know that this place holds special meaning to the sages, from ancient strains to crossbred creations. Myriad medical plants have been cultivated within its halls. Alas, in the wake of the Exodus 15 years ago, the once magnificent institution has fallen into ruin. Yeah, I've been in here a few times before. Still, there's a certain charm in seeing nature reassert her dominion. Why, it must be a veritable menagerie of rare wildlife within. I should like to spend a day studying them, field guide in hand. Forgive me, this isn't a field trip, but a mission. Our objective is to find the fugitives, and failing that, clues that will lead us to them. Please see to your preparations. A spot of practice with your spells would not go astray, and then we shall venture in. You have learned the sage actions and traits to level 70. Detailed descriptions can be viewed in the Actions and Traits window. Access under Characters in the main menu. Okay. I think I got it set up properly. Yeah, because I got... Yeah, so I got attack, healing, here, more healing, more healing. Okay. Hmm. This is my first time playing as a sage, so... Alright. Trial by fire. Progress to the battle will be saved at certain points of the event. You're defeated. Oh, cool. Please note if you enter the battles associated with older quests or log out. Okay. Yep, 400. Okay, I'm good to go. Alright, let's do this. An assumption is correct. Fugitives have come and may still be here. Please keep your eyes peeled and your guard up. These halls are home to dangerous creatures. I will draw their attention that you may focus on applying your techniques. There we go. So, shall we practice with Somonautical Fundamentals? To begin with, cast Kradia on me. The spell will establish a magical link between us. The residual ether of your attacks will be channeled onto me, healing my wounds as you deal damage to our foes. Okay. Haha! Checkmark. Yes, just so. Let's continue on. That's the first thing I did, because I know that's been done to me a few times. Alright, so this is basically like a tutorial mission on how to play the class. That's cool. That's really nice. Sizable fiend ahead, I believe. This time, augment your spells using Eucrasia, and cast Eucratian Diagnosis on me. This will bestow a barrier to me that provides both protection and healing. Okay. Now you proceed with confidence. Shit. Alright, let's try again. Like I said, trial by fire on this. I thought I was supposed to reach a checkpoint. Oh, that just increases my healing, okay. Where's my healing bonus? Nice. There we go. Okay. Better this time. Better. Better. Oh, sorry, I got very focused right there. The weapons are called no lists. No fiends here, but what is this? Peculiar trace. I'm not sure what these are. Some plant seems to have been harvested here. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Maybe the thaumaturgist that was with the group? Interesting. I'm on guard, always. Please tell me I reached the checkpoint now. Ooh, cutscene. Oh, there they are. Fugitives, in the name of the Forum, I demand you surrender yourselves at once. That guy does not look too good. He looks really pale. Is he okay, I wonder? Or is he sick and dying? Of all the weapons to bear against us. No matter. I warned you once, and I won't warn you again. Okay, his weapons are kind of cooler. But my style is cooler. I've got this. Stand back. Oh, that was him. Oh, that's what he was hiding on me. Oh, okay. Jesus! My God! What kind of magic casting is that? Until that's enough, you mustn't lose your temper. God damn it, if it wasn't for that sage. Heh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. I gotta take out the sage. He's healing the other guy. Come on, really? Ah. I was only midway? Ah, jeez. Okay. So I gotta blast this guy. Oh, there we go, finally. Now I take down this guy. There we go. Woo! There we go. Whew. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, goodness. Sophia, we don't have time for this. You held your own against the Enhanced. Enhanced? Is that his ally? His comrades? But that's enough sport for now. The mission takes precedence. Confound it, not again! Alright, if one of them teleports, then they all can. That pouch. That's... What is it? What's this? Is it herbs? Okay. Pouch they dropped contains a plant. What they came for, I shouldn't doubt. 'Tis some manner of herb, but none I've seen in the course of my studies. And as I made my way out, I also stumbled upon what appears to be a diary by the entrance. But much of its contents are magically obfuscated. I could make out some sage terms, so we may assume it belongs to a sage. As we continue our pursuit, our work on lifting the enchantment. When you have a moment, please feel free to pursue the contents of Idleshire. On that note, let's head back to the settlement. Oh, goodness. Man, that took longer than I thought. I didn't think it was going to be that hard. My gosh. Cool. Is she inside or outside? Inside, okay. Entries 1 to 2. A young child was brought in today, so very young to be suffering so. But if anyone can save her, 'tis we the sages of Physis Technon, and save her we will. Though it took many days and repeated treatments, we have managed to stabilize our most recent patient. We adapted the Eucrasia spell as my clever husband proposed, and it worked wonders. His brilliance truly belies his youth. Despite being 50 years my junior, has already achieved so much. I dispatched the plan to Charlene for indication. Charlene for identification. When we learned what it is, I believe we gain insight into the villain's objective. Now tell me, Lucas, have you been practicing with the no lists while I wasn't looking? And that's because, even with the crystal's knowledge, you demonstrate remarkable efficiency. Regardless, 'tis plain you have a gift for the art. Sages whose memories reside in the crystal must be beaming with pride. Though sometimes I cannot help but wonder if the sage's art was created for the betterment of mankind, then why then does it incorporate techniques which inflict harm? And the fugitives, we could have compelled them to spurn our home. What could have compelled them to spurn our homeland's prescribed policy, as Master Louis I, Master Faldrinet have? But I mused to no avail. It will be a while before we hear back regarding the plant. Until we do, please take the opportunity to continue to hone your skills. As you go about your training, remember you heed the voices within your soul crystal. Do so, and your predecessors will surely grant you the wisdom to protect those you hold dear. The Diary of the Sage is now available for perusal. More entries will become available as you progress through the story. Yeah, 73. Oh, I thought it was going to be 72. Okay, interesting. Well then, let's see. Okay. Oh, wrong way. There we go. Let me guess. He's in the tunnel, isn't he? Ah, where the Reapers are. Dang, that's some cool armor for that Chocobo. Arnigus. Boss, who's this? Are you sure we should be getting an outsider involved? Thank you for your concern, Arnigus. Thank you for your discretion, Arnigus. But it ain't needed. He has a personal contract with me, so consider him a mercenary in service to the family. Whatever you say in front of him, you can say in front of me, you can say in front of him. But by your will, boss. A Chimera has been making these sands a living hell for anyone who dares wander into its territory, which would be us. Since our trade route cuts right through it. The men I've hired to carry my goods are scared to death and I can't blame them. None of us are fit for monster hunting, so I sent you for you. We'll see what we can do, Arnigus. Might want to find a rock to hide behind, though. Chimeras ain't known for being the most discriminate of beasts. Time to put your new skills to good use, Lucas. You've learned all Reaper actions. It's a dungeon, too. There we go. Are we ready? Yes. Let's get on with the hunt then. We'll need to draw the chimeras, the Mimidron meat. Now to accustom yourself to the Reaper's tools. Harvest the souls of the fallen to call forth your avatar. Reapers can summon their avatar by filling their soul gauge. Soul gauge filled when performing combos, starting with Slice, or using skills such as Soul Slice. Best Reapers fight in tandem with their avatars. Let's see how you do. Oh shit. Cool color for the attacks. taken to killing more quickly than I could have hoped. Easy thing to summon your avatar. Okay. Move on and that your shall help you strike fear into the hearts of your foes. Gilbert will hurt him from the flank. Gallows will surprise him from behind. If you get swarmed, use guillotine on him. The Chimera won't be able to resist the smell of blood. Make sure to soak the sands in it. Okay. Use Gibbet, Gallows, and Guillotine. Okay. Let's see. How do I use Gibbet? Let's see. Can only be activated under the effect of Soul Reaver. Or Soul Reaver. Am I missing a skill somewhere? Grim Swath, no, it's that there, that there. Oh. Gotcha. I see, so I have to use one of these before I can use one of these. Gotcha. Oh, I see. This grants enhanced give it. This grants enhanced skills. Okay. Steel yourself for a fight. Target arrives. Finish this and I'll let you keep its head as a trophy. Okay, interesting. So, the avatar is by your side. Give it from the side. Gallows from the rear. Okay. Side, rear. Okay, anywhere. Alright. Yes, I know, I know. There we go. Much easier than Sage was. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm gonna have to maneuver around my skills. Position the Gibbet and Gallo and Guillotine underneath the other ones. Bloody impressive work, that. I knew there was something about you, but truth be told, I didn't expect you to make such clean work on that Chimera. I reckon even I might be hard-pressed to match that display. Yeah, I have age on you, it's okay. You knew talent when you see it, boss. And with that, the ceruleum will flow once more. Ceruleum? Among his many roles, Arnegus is a merchant of sorts. He sells ceruleum at a price that makes those gill pinchers at Amagian and Sons balk, but still turns a pretty profit. We can barely keep up with demand, despite the occasional beast or two butting into our affairs. All thanks to you, boss, and our countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business. Extremely easy to come by, as you well know. Protects your monopoly. Ah, okay. Forces the Imperial people to buy from. Now, before you go running off to the flames, let me reassure you that this arrangement is entirely above board. Selling goods to Imperials is forbidden by law, but there's nary a word writ about buying from them. So you can't sell, but buy. I know you Eorzeans like to call Guardians by all sorts of colorful names. Bastards, tyrants, invaders, and we've got all those and worse. But, while many a foul deed has been committed but for the glory of the Empire, we ain't megalomaniacs to a man. Even amongst the purebloods, those that serve don't always do so by choice. Could be argued we're all casualties of the great Machina's ambition. No small number of the Empire's troops would return home in a heartbeat if they could. But the world being what it is, most settle for sending their family with what few coins they can afford to part with. Let's see. Yeah. Long before the Empire, our forebears lived in Locus Amonis. With temperate climes and fertile soil the land provided, many of us were but simple farmers, harvesting the abundant crops of the self-same size the reapers would eventually wield. I see. But gifts are ever the object of envy. When not tilling the fields, our ancestors were forced to defend them. Every year they yielded a few more ilms, and from some 800 years ago. Now they were driven from Locus Amonis completely. By who? Who or what drove them from their home? They fled north to the frozen region that would become Garlemald. Even there they fought tooth and nail for the scant resources of that frigid land. From the fires of hardship were the first magic tech devices forged, and with innovation upon innovation, that humble group of farmers grew into an insatiable empire. Yeah, all led by Emmett Selk. But before that miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed, bereft of not only magic, but of hope itself, with no natural advantages to speak of. Our mere survival was in question. Emmett Selk preyed upon these people. From harsh necessity were the reapers born. We turned our tools to weapons and struck a bargain with the whispers in the dark. The void's power, we could strike at an armies beating hot, slay their generals and throw the rank and file into disarray. Our way is to end battles before the sparks catch, to sacrifice the one for the many, to keep avaricious hands away from family, friends, and lovers. And now this power belongs to you. Let's see. Remember our story. Remember what drives a man to turn to the void, and that you'll not be led unto deeper temptations. My soul crystal. Our work here is done. I'll see you back at headquarters. Right. So after the Weaver's Guild, okay. That's the closest. Victory donuts! Well, donut bowl. Okay. Ooh, fancy. The loyal lemur. Or the loyal lemur. For your first outing, you did good. I think you've earned the right to know just who this lot you've thrown yourself in is. I've gathered this yourself, but the lemurs were formed to support those guardians who were living in exile. It ain't easy to be far from home, let alone a place where most would sooner gut you than offer a helping hand. Often, the only place to make a living is in the shadowy corners that lie outside the watchful gaze of the law. Now, I don't expect you to embrace us like brothers and sisters straight away, but know this, I do expect you to apply yourself to this job. In the meantime, I'll be working with the family to ascertain the whereabouts of our prey. I expect that scythe will be like an extension of your own body when we next speak. 73, on the hunt. Okay. So yeah, let me There we go. Okay. Oh wait, hmm. Oh wait, can't. There, Falcon's Nest. Oh, I went wrong. I was very wrong. Very wrong. Yep, Dragonhead's where I wanted to be. Aha! That's a big bird. Aha! Whoa! What the? Ah, Lucas, it's been too long since we last spoke. There we go. Close that out. Your visits are far more frequent than those of another former student of mine. However, it would seem he still prefers to keep his own company. The same could be said of Justinian, who has made quite a name for himself as a hunter in Travania, according to reports. Ah, what fortunate timing. Speak of the dragon, and he shall appear. Oh, buddy! Greetings. Would I be correct in guessing you've returned fresh from one of your adventures? Greetings, Orn. I traveled to a world beyond our own. I lay to rest the dreaded Andrea in a land known as Nordvant. To think that such a place could truly exist! And that you have fought such terrifying foes to fall so far from grace. 'Tis a tragic tale if I ever heard one. If ever I heard one. One similar to that of Nidhogg. Aye, though nothing will ever compare to his malice. Even death could not quell his thirst for vengeance. Well, ain't that the truth? At least Andrea was not nearly so consumed by hate. I doubt not that Renda Ray's soul is at peace. Oh, yeah. Peace. Peace. I wonder if Nidhogg ever found it. I fear his soul yet lingers, doomed to wander endlessly. That is too cruel a fate, even for him. I share your sentiments, for as the Azure Dragoon, I once gazed into his heart, as he gazed into mine. Such rage, such sorrow. Oh, here we go, the music again. I will not accept this. That none should mark his passing is more than I can bear. What say you, Lucas? Perhaps we could honor who he once was, if not what he became. I too was an Azure Dragoon. Albrook speaks true. Then we are in agreement. Though I must admit that, as part of Hreishvalger's blood, I have little knowledge of Nidhogg. A deeper insight is needed if I'm to properly pay tribute. Following him is of his blood, if anyone will know, it is her. Let us make haste for the zenith. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, it's just skill tests, okay. Found him is come. Okay. Which mean has come. He's here. Whoa. Okay. Wow. Welcome, noble dragoon. Orn Kai has explained it. Pray tell, what was Nidhogg to you? A relentless adversary. The wellspring of my strength. And yet you were enemies, each sworn to slay the other. Two souls entwined by fate. Though you have faced Nidhogg's wrath and sensed his pain, you cannot know him as we dragons once did. We would fain hear his tale. Nidhogg was without equal, even among our kind. Destined was he to guard this world from the catastrophe about to befell the dragon star in place of his sire. He valued strength above all else and considered the affairs of mortals beneath his notice. Only the 7 great worms were worthy of his attention, and among them, none but Ratatoskr truly understood him. Really, Ratatoskr, huh? Her song was beautiful indeed, and she graced both dragon and man with her wisdom. She was invited by Thordan, King of Men, to speak on our behalf. Ratatoskr expressed our desire to live in harmony. However, it was known that Nidhogg did not share these views. When the king asked her how her brother saw mankind, she did not hide the truth. He believed that such frail creatures were incapable of protecting the star, that the task must be entrusted to the 7 great worms alone. And that is why Thordan slew her. Ratatoskr had no intention of sowing discord, but the king could not countenance that his kind would be treated with such contempt, that we dragons would seek to claim the star as our own. He turned on Ratatoskr, taking not only her eyes but her life. Oh yeah. When Nidhogg discovered that King Thordan had murdered his beloved, his fury was beyond reckoning. For all his strength, he could not master his own rage. It utterly consumed him. Dragons, men, are all the same. Slave to our emotions, subservient to them. Yet, there are those who would seek another path, as I once did, turned my back on my father and his quest for vengeance. Valiant Dragoon, by your strength was the Dragonsong War ended, and by your compassion was a new alliance forged. Lucas and I are living proof that we can live side by side. We shall speak the message of peace to man and dragon alike, and when we are gone, our descendants will do the same. Whoa, wait, what? Tell them of Nidhogg, his strength, his weakness, his love, his hate. Tell them the truth. Very well. Kai, your wish to commemorate Nidhogg's passing, yes? As my father once enjoyed the fragrance of mist lilies, perhaps they would make a suitable offering. What a splendid idea! Thank you, Fonim. I have often seen such flowers blooming in Oraltan. Follow me. So long. Ta-ta for now. DTFN. Oh, up this way. Okay. Old Tom. Grown Ray. Old Todd. Hey. I distinctly recall seeing mist lilies in this very spot. What could have happened to them? I don't get it. Am I supposed to attack something? Sorry, little dragonette. I just have to confirm. I don't get it. Oh, that. Oh boy. Ooh. I killed that little dragon for nothing. Oh no. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Ah, there, Miss Louise, after all. If I understood me correctly, pity that the same cannot be said for my allies. It's not a matter. There's one thing that concerns me, however. In your funerary rites, the offerings of flowers, such occurs at a grave or place of significance. I believe there'd be... But where should we choose for Nidhogg? Yerabanya, yes! That'd be considered his final resting place. That was where you fought the primal born of his eyes. Although I must say, Lucas, you seem rather adept at putting down dragons and primals that resemble dragons. It makes me glad that we are not enemies. To Marahans, then I shall go on ahead and meet you in Garabanya. Yeah. Awkward. Awkward. Okay. Oh, man. Sorry, my glasses are bothering me. Oh, what? What a relief to have found you at last. I've become rather lost, you see. Perhaps we'd better hurry to the royal menagerie before I lose my way again. Yes. Ah, yes, here. Nidhogg, we are come to honor your memory. Though now that we are here, I am at a loss for words. Lucas, is there anything you wish to say? What is that? You will be remembered. Your legacy will live on in the songs of your people. Distant star, father born, 7 eggs, great worms rose forth, powerful and wise. On blackened wings one soared on high, with his roar that set the world a tremble. Guarding their home in the father's stead, he was a fearsome yet just. He was fearsome yet just. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, whoa! It's my armor from back then. Man, wicked and vain, betrayed the worm and his kin, slaying his beloved and plucking out his eyes. Thenceforth he lived only for vengeance, its wrath irrepressible. 1,000 years hence, 2 champions of mankind were granted great strength by the stolen eyes, destined were they to face the worm, who had risen once more to wage war on his sworn enemy. At the end of their struggle, the wayward son fell silent. Man, I didn't know he would remember my gear I was wearing back then. These guardians and their comrades continue to watch over the star. Their heroic deeds recounted by minstrels and storytellers far and wide. Even the ancient foe from which their father of dragons once fled could not withstand their might. Justinian and me! Hell yeah! Lucas, I am not blind to the sins of Nidhogg committed. I mourn the loss of what he once was, what he may have become had he been dealt a kinder fate. Yeah. Although that was but a small gesture, I am sure that our thoughts have reached him. I hope. It is a pity that he became what he did. That his life was what it was. I have much to ponder on the return journey. I expect that Alberic will wish to hear what we have learned from Fanem. Perhaps we could visit him. Okay, let's see. Off we go! There we go. Hey, Albrecht. Were you able to pay your respects? I was. I see. This is the first time I heard such a detailed account of King Thordan's acts. Betrayal in the moment, but a betrayal nonetheless. Pity is far beyond reach of justice. Though it may be hard to come to terms with the crimes of our forebears, we must accept the past for what it is. Of course, I shall be sharing this information with the rest of the Temple Knights. No doubt they will be keen to speak with members of Nidhogg's brood to verify this version of events. In the meantime, there is still much to be done in building relations between man and dragon. We will aim to follow the example set by you and Orn Kai, and work together for the good of all. May the Fury guide you both. Dragoon Age 4. New chapters added to New Game Plus. Nice. Bolt from the Black. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, got a new card, Midgarsmer. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Now then. Forgotten Knight. Okay. Show the unsigned letter to Looney at the Holy Stables. Okay. Looney! It's you! It's really you! Look at Tsukiyomi! My hero! Honestly, never thought I'd get to see you again, much less speak with you. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, you probably don't remember me at all, do you? I'm not surprised. All in a day's work, I suppose, saving silly little fools like me. And it was so long ago when you rescued me from those Temple Knights, and who were trying to take me away from my grandmother. Oh, yeah! Okay, I remember that quest. I still remember it. It was like it was yesterday. Though you swinging that great big sword of yours. Oh, she's not talking about my weapon. Ah, gotcha. Bellowing all kinds of terrible threats and sending them running. I'm sure some might say you overdid it, but thanks to you, my grandmother and I never heard from them that lot again. Ever since Sir Emmerich and his allies came into power, we've had a lot less of that trouble all over. But, let me guess, you didn't come all this way just to see me, did you? Did you write me this letter? The letter, huh? I thought so. It wasn't me who wrote it, I can tell you that much. I got it from a knight I befriended after tending to his chocobo a couple of times. Sir Patronade. Patronade, really? He said it was to be delivered to the hero of the Scions, a peerless warrior with 1,000 victories in his name. After he described your features in detail, it all found a place, and since I was certain you'd eventually pay a visit to your friends, I offered to take it to them. Anyway, here's the one you need to talk to if you're after the sender. Maybe check the congregation? I mean, that's where knights congregate, I presume. Congregation. Ah, of course, the congregation. Knights congregate. Hello, peeps. Beep beep. Beep beep a deep beep 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 a sheep beep 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 I'm a sheep. Let's see. Hello, Sir Patronade. How may I be of service to you, Master Tsukiyomi? This letter. The letter? Oh, what a relief it is to see that I arrived unmolested. It was entrusted to me by Aurela of Rhalgr's Reach after the battle at the Grimmel Dark. I spent a few nights there, you see. I only assumed that whoever sent it to the Reach had heard tell of the battles between you and Lord Zenos, and how you had been brought to the barber. However, how he had been brought to the barber. However, by the time I arrived, you had long since been spirited away to Ishgard. Had Looney not recognized you from my stories, I do not know how I might have seen it to your hand. If you seek the author, mayhap you should pay a visit to the Reach. I know only what I told you, but surely Aurela can tell you more. May the Fury watch over you and keep you safe. Or keep you, friend. Sorry. I have a feeling these level 80 quests for jobs is just gonna be a lot of running around. Just a lot of that. Fortune insult. Yeah, I got a lot of quests to get here still. Thick ledger. Oh, pleasure to see you. Lost that long-haired boy of yours again? Oh, this is about the letter. It is. Is it? Came with a shipment of supplies from the little Alamigo, as I recall. Oh my god. Well, I can presume that the sender was hoping that Commander Hext would see to you personally. But I'm surprised it has escaped your notice given the chaos at the Grimmel Dark and after. I found its way into my medical supplies, and as you well know, I decided to left the Ishgardian Knight to take charge of its delivery. In any event, I advise you to continue your search in Outlaw Alamigo, and if, oh god, anyone knows aught to their author, it should be Gundobald. Yeah, this is a lot of running around right now. This is ridiculous. Oh boy. Alright. Also, how is this at all related to the Dark Knight's job quests at all? Well met, Lucas. I was not expecting a visit. What brings you to Southern Thonalon this evening? Letter! Also, hello, new player. This is how you say. You seek the author? If you read it, then you know their heart, what you meant to them, how you changed their life for the better. It's a feeling I understand all too well, which is why I agreed to send this letter to supplies for Rhalgr's Reach. Yet you never were the one to let a mystery remain unsolved, were you? You seek answers, closure. I will not deny you this. Uh, the Red Rooster, Steed, and Lord Lanoska. Oh boy, you will find a man named Goldenherd. Godherd. Speak with him, perhaps he will fill you a measure of peace. Level 80. Level 33. Wait, you're level 80, but you're dressed like this? You're a warrior. I... Huh. Level... Yeah, why you... Why? I... Huh. Okay. I am not going to question it much more than I already am. It's gonna let well enough go for right now. What would be the fastest way to get to where I need to go? I can't port there because my home is not in the mists. I guess I'll go here and fly south then, I guess. I'd have to be in a place where there's no teleport at all. I mean, none. Oh wait, no. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh. Gotcha. Jesus. I am not smart. I am not very smart right now. Okay. Wrong. What? Wrong. Okay. There it is, okay. Still one hell of a journey to get there. Oh yeah. Hey, go to herd. What's up? Hey. Can't believe it's been like an hour and a half of just doing these quests. Oh my goodness. Oh God, it's you. But why? Why are you here? I got this letter. You really don't remember any of it. The Quirin bandits, a certain merchant who may have overstepped his bounds just a little. Oh yes, I remember you. I remember you very well. You were a right bloody mess when you returned to the dry docks with my words, and I do mean bloody. I say, is none of what I mean. Is none of what I mean. I'm telling you right now. Not even the part where I refused to thank you and demanded that you pay my restitution for the property you yourself returned to me. Yes, I remember that. I do remember that now. Well, see, as I've already confessed it, I may as well reiterate, it was me. That was just the beginning of my bad luck, as it happens. A string of bad decisions left me in debt to some very unforgiving fellows. Before I knew it, they had taken damn near everything I owned. I was friendless, penniless, hopeless, and let me tell you, running afoul of the Warrior of Light had not done me any favors either. There was a time when I couldn't help but blame you for all my misfortune. I see. And then one day, when I was rummaging through my meager possessions, I had an epiphany. I stumbled upon a package from that shipment you recovered for me That ill-fated day, flower bulbs, stained with quivering blood but viable for cultivation, still brimming with the potential to grow and thrive. Before I knew it, I was cradling the package to my breast, sobbing and moaning like a mad fool. For a fool is exactly what I had been. I had been offered a kindness without let or lean, and instead of thanking this generous hero, had spat in his face. So I left that life behind, save for the bulbs, and bulbs I brought with me here. Apprenticed myself to the botanists and resolved to start anew. And wouldn't you know it, the stubborn little fiends finally bloomed for me. I suppose it is only fitting that you'd show up again that very day. I have 1,000,000 regrets, and none greater than how I spoke to you. I say this to you, I say this not to beg your forgiveness, but to tell you how you've changed me for the better, and to thank you for the opportunity. I do have one request if you are amenable to it. I pray you accept a flower, one of the precious few that has bloomed. A token of my heartfelt appreciation for my personal savior. Admittedly, this particular breed is perhaps best suited for funerals and farewells, but if you'd rather not keep it yourself, perhaps there is someone who else might welcome it. Or else who might welcome it. Ah. My mentor. Someone else indeed. The chat mode say Frey to call out to your comrade in the Coerthus Central Highlands. Okay. Frey. Up the ramp and up we go! Back to the place where we had our showdown. Well, not here, but in these lands. Okay. There is no response. Yet there can be no answer. Yet there can be no answer but this, can there? So let us wait for a time, you and I, in the cold and in the snow, in the dark. Interesting. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, down there where we fought. Clever, clever, clever. Or are we just playing it by ear? No matter. I wanted this once, more than anything. A chance to speak and be heard. Oh, my inner self. But neither of us needs it anymore. And if we were to look deep within ourselves, we would realize that we never did. My dark self, my inner darkness. We are the stories we tell others. The brave hero, the tortured soul, the altruist, the pragmatist. They will tell you who they see, but you and you alone know who you are. That's a pretty nice blade. For I speak only for myself. If you find comfort in my words, then they are yours for the taking, but that is your choice, now and ever after, as it has always been. Now comes your part, to cloak yourself in the fiction, to breathe life into the dead, to give a voice to the voiceless. As we did together that day, when you gave us our answer. Was it ever mine? So long, my inner darkness, my dark self. May we meet again on the battlefield, side by side. Okay. Hey, Fledgling Dark Knight. Awesome. Welcome back, Lucas. As you can see, Rayleigh and I are getting along swimmingly, so you needn't worry about us in the slightest, not one bit. So, what of the mysterious unsigned letter? Did your grand search for answers lead you anywhere interesting? Closure, perhaps? That's so. Well, glad to hear it, I suppose. A dark day's night. New thing has been added to New Game Plus. The Boundless Dark. A new chapter of New Game Plus has been added. Alright then. Well, that was interesting. Alright. Right, we have to find the person that's disappeared. Catman. So close to leveling up. So close. Huh. So many quests. So many quests. Alright, there was a... Okay, where were you? Ah, I see. Ah, there you are. Hey, haste a lot. Alright. Before I continue, I need to go take a restroom break real quick, so I'll be right back, you guys. Be patient. Alright. Oh, the name doesn't ring a bell. There was a rather dapper-looking Mistle. Oh, that's right, that's the cat people here. Gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather, the lack of them. We lost a great many people to the promises of Mule and the chance of a lavish life among the free. And Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Senators came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's why I told your friend Chidnas, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's present interesting point of view for him. Stuff above? I think it's, yeah. Alphino. Oh, hey. Oh, and Kai Shear. Hey. How'd it go, you guys? So we paid a visit to both Wright and Gatetown as well, did he? I see. Kaishir and I gleaned much of the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Colusia, the only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Makes sense. Man, look at that up there still. Jeez. That's just insane, you know, man, that is insane. Oh, she's wearing that attire. Interesting. Interesting get-up. Gunbreaker, huh? It's the crystal one. Alright, where is the person I need to talk to? Ah, there you are. China's! There you are, man. Charge these nuts. Ah, got him. Hey. Guy's kind of lost in thoughts. Oh boy. Hello. Lucas, Alphanode, Kaishir, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word, and bade us return you to her side. I suppose I could have overlooked it. She might have got an idea to her head. I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we've gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume... Sorry. Now let's not jump to conclusions. Tackling many challenges require resources until I have secured them. I might assume the role. Oh, I see. You believe that resources can be found here. Grievance of May. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans. A man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. Really? And who's that? With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. We believe in you, Master Chai. I don't know what to say. Ugh. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore. But that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble. Or boiled, more like it. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alpha Node, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze, but you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up to Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard could mayoring be? You're going to steal Yulmore to a better future, I know it. And I want to help, properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Alright. Ah, there he is, okay. Oh, this is the guy that we rescued after he got thrown out. Greetings, friend, and to you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask after Rendon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, yes. Well, with Vothri gone, Yulmore once for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together, and that is still my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Rothri's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to his own. Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the state's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying, he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive. Commit to this course. And prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit 8 we shall go. I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. Okay. So I was just checking something. I had an alert on my phone. Thankfully my phone was silenced, so I didn't hear it. Just saw it flashing at me, so I was checking out to see where it was. Fancy.
Well, well, it's you again.
Yay, thank God, talking.
And I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Forthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Forthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor.
Oh,
There was
I
no
see.
need for them in this paradise Vorthri was creating. And so I left my homeland behind.
Oh, so he was trying to change things before.
But
Voth
you,
stopped it.
Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthri's auspices.
Chinese.
And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say.
Yeah, come
It
on.
is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together.
Okay, caught his interest.
A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence,
Very true.
in ignorance.
Yep.
Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthri. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before
Sounds
I
good.
offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own.
Oh.
Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
So a trial to see if he is worthy. Oh, great. Now it's raining. Where'd the rain come from? Hey, Chinese. Chinese. Chinatown. Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah, yes. Mule being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume an alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not to contribute much to society, save violence perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve the problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I'll consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as the source of trade and for foodstuffs must be repopulated. That means production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to lead the city and take up the rebuilding effort. Well, yes, it began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the peoples of Yomo and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chai News. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them with the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase population. Talos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a raised supply of necessary equipment, people would starve before your plans could be put into effort. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Hey, hey! Yeah! Okay. Okay. What is this here? Is it supposed to be a grave, or is it a door? I don't get it. Yeah, hand in constructing that giant tower to the north, did you not? The more volunteers began arriving. I hid myself away, lest I be recognized, thus depriving myself of what I am reliably informed was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Bugger. Hell yeah. Alright. China's looks look of steely determination is only slightly undermined by the knocking of his knees. Wendon is quite right. Building the talus from scratch would require time we simply do not have, which is why I propose to make use of the long abandoned talus which wander the fields of Tolucia. Ah, clever. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. Okay then. Alrighty. I need to get it right. I need to get a new ring. I need to get some new level 80 gear. Do I have enough to purchase that by now? I could, I think. Oh dear me, oh my. Ah, the old memory hasn't let me down yet. This chest contains canisters filled with a dastardly potent insulating powder capable of holding the flow of ether in a talus. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let it fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple matter to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even the talus ain't a threat. There's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I am to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Hear, hear. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. Oh, sorry. Oh, I yawned. And to make sure I do so, I require your help. It is as Kaisha says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos, understood? Aw, man. Can I just slay the beasts? Good, then let's be off to the quick way. Through the north gate. See if we can substitute get a vantage point for you. Or find a suitable vantage point for you. There we go. I get words right sometimes. Keep a lookout for danger and alert China's that it's safe to incapacitate Talos. You may move the spyglass as well as zoom in and out. Point the spyglass at China's to give him the signal to sneak up to the Talos. would the powder work in the rain? I guess so. Huh. I did it! I did it! Let's move on to another talos, shall we? Sure, buddy. Whatever you say. Oh dear. Alrighty. I just don't see why I can't distract the Talos and then have him run in and bam, powder them. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Lucas. Alright, this is where I'm probably gonna have to fight. Yep. Oh, nope. Okay. Ha! That should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. So you can reprogram them right then and there, huh? Nice. Okay. Hey! Nice. Da 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 da. Sweet. Woo! What do you think, Alphino? Our friend returned with nary a scratch. Well done. What about you, Rendon? It would seem I misjudged Master Chai. There may yet be a hope for you more. Master Chai, good job. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I didn't think it was that bad. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Gilmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more is plain your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Gilmore. Thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I ask you to join me, and grant Gilmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Gilmore's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? I would. We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the Talos and all that, Lady Chai's worried sick. Yeah, it's Vominos on back. Vominos! What's going on? Nice combat music playing.
Right.
Oh.
Then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
Yay! Dialogue. I don't have to speak. Are they going to attack you more? I really hope they don't attack you more. Nice. Umor does look cool from at nighttime. Look at that. That's pretty cool looking. How those Talos know what Umor is?
What's that noise?
Oh, just some Talos marching. Marching along.
Wicked White! Runaway Talos!
No, they're not run away.
Call the guard!
No, it's fine. It's fine. Oh dear. Yeah, you probably should have went ahead and warned people. Or sent me ahead to warn them. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No.
Stay
Oh,
back!
dear.
All of you!
Oh dear. Hey, hey, mate, Miss Nuz.
Is that?
Or Chai.
Darling, you're back.
How they do names is very confusing to me. He is Chai Nuz, but then she is Delilah Chai. It's like,
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
oh,
I can't.
oh, crack. Yep, there it is.
Oh, oh dear.
Oh boy. Healing magic. Oh, she killed him. He lives.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, this reminds me. My friends
I'm
told me I also need to
sorry,
do the.
my darling. It's just the
Hilde-
sight of you filled me
Hildebrand.
with such joy. I couldn't help myself.
Do the Hildebrand quests, as I haven't finished them.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
That's awesome. Aww. Not again. Not again.
Please!
Oh god. Oh. Alphino, can you prepare Rays again? Let's bring him back from the dead. He's gonna die again. Yeah, you okay? I'm fine, just need a moment. Will you quit killing him? I dare say the future of Umar has never looked brighter. I dare say you're right. Can we get out of the rain now, please? That was quite a reception, one Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Umar, we'll be much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make it. Ooh, pain and pleasure. Oh god. You live! No need to fret, Lucas. I have never felt better. And not at all overwhelmed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yomor. As for whether to do it, if we are to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the emergent. Then I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that They are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You, there, Kaishir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gate Town and the derelicts? Of course I will. Of course I will. Good lad. And let the guards know not to bar the way to Vothru's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming he's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the crown of something will let you know. Don't worry, I'll make sure everyone in Master Chai speaks speech. Okay. Alright, let me check something here. Alright, I think, shoot. I think I abandoned the Horsefant, not Horsefant, the other quest. The Hildebrand. Oh dear. Let's see, complete. Here we go, Hildebrand quests. Shoot, where does it continue on? Okay, give me a sec. Gonna turn here real quick so I can find the, that's why I check real quick where the Hildebrand quest continues. Okay. Let me see here if this will load up for me. All these damn ads will just disappear. Be very helpful with stuff loading faster. God, okay. Alright. Let's see here. Size requests. Rise and Fall of the Gentleman, the Manderville Man, 3 Collection, Business Betrothal, Burst of Inspiration, Seeds of Rebellion, Tiny Trader in Aleport. Okay, Aleport. I'll have to go there next. Also, I gotta get new neck, wrist, and rings. For my Dragoon. Let's see. So neck, wrist, and rings. Let's see. Earrings, okay, because that's at 4:30. Oh, wait, no. I should get that too. Okay, so earring, neck, wrist, and then 2 rings. So wait. So wait, Lance, wait. So Monk, Dragoon, Samurai, and Reaper are all combined into this gear. Dang. Alright, then. Oh, I don't have enough for anything else, I don't think. Also, do I have a gear set for this? I don't think I do. I also have to make this a plate. Nope, I don't. Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fine for right now. The gear I have on is okay for getting me through most stuff right now. Cool. Crypt Looker stuff. Yay, I am now a Souls character. Yeah, or Dark Souls character. Let's see. Oh, I need to get some more quick on materia 8. Let's just get a few. I don't have that much gear to materia right now, at least. And I can always extract stuff later. Okay. Oh, wait, you're a vendor. What do you have? Oh, requires trading. Cracked stellar crystals. Really? Okay. So, let's see. And check my stats real quick. Yeah, skill speed can go up. Guess I'll do direct hits. Oh, I don't have a... Heaven's Materia... is that 8? Yeah, Heaven's Materia 8, okay. Huh. Aim. Really? Oh, Heaven's Eye. Okay. Yeah, this is the correct one, right? Yeah. Wow, these are real cheap in comparison. My goodness. Might as well load up a bit. There we go. Alright. There we go. Get some distance back. Okay. Alright. so yeah, it's direct hit. Yeah, skill speed and direct hit are the only things under 1,000 right now. Okay, I can't do direct hit on that. Or I can't do it on either. Wait. There we go. Skill speed over 1,000. Let's do. I don't have any 24 determination either. I should really sell these 7s. I am level 420, 290, 160. Yeah, I can sell these lower ones, these 5s. These 5s and 7s I can sell. I guess I'll do critical hits and okay. Let's see here. I think that was Savage Aim. Savage Aim. No, that's critical hit. Shoot, what was it? Let's search materia. Heaven's Eye, that's it. Okay. Oh no, wait, hold on a sec. Yeah, Heaven's Eye, okay. Right, right. Apostrophe S. There we go. Okay, really? Really? Okay, sort. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Oh, no, it's Savage Might. Savage Might 8 is what I need. Okay. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay. Savage Might 8. There we go. Again, more cheap ones. My goodness. There we go. Okay. Okay, so let me sort these. Okay, so go. we go. Oh, wait. Oh, he had money. I thought so. Let me withdraw some gil. Thank you very much. My ever-helpful retainer. I have some stuff I can sell. Let's see here. Can I... Oh, I can't sell here. Okay. Can I sell to you? Wait. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm not sure what that means, but gotcha. Apparently I have to do more or something. What's this? So what do they call it? But... Oh. Thank you? Okay. There we go. Protective gift. Let me see here. Oh, that was the quest I was on. Okay. Oh. Minstrel from another mother. By the time you hear this... Oh, well, that's nice. Excuse me, I would, if you would be so kind. Okay, Bethana. We of the Crystarium Guard have a request to make of you. Our researchers are planning to enter the Crystal Tower to learn more of its history. However, there's a problem. Now what I'm about to reveal is strictly confidential. Where word is to get out, panic would spread throughout the citizenry. Our scouts have reported that ferocious beasts and bizarre machines roam the hallways. Until we can eliminate these threats, none may enter. Strange ethereal readings have been detected. We suspect that the phenomena are linked. The Exarch has ordered us to seek your aid in making the tower safe for our researchers to go about their work. He mentioned you are better equipped with most to face the dangers that lurk in the tower, though he elected not to go into more detail. Is this true? Heck yeah! Then your prior experience may have proved beneficial. Come, let us proceed to the entrance. Okay then. Huh. That's nice. Minstrelling Wanderer. Wait. Aren't you? Yes, I thought so. Lucas Tsukiyomi. He's been keeping very busy if all the rumors are to be believed. Why are you staring at me with such intensity? Pray tell, have I said something to offend you? How in the summon hells did you wind up in this world? You can cross the rift? You of all people? How in the summon hells did you end up in this world? Judging by your cryptic comments, I gather I bear resemblance to someone you know, but I can assure you that we have never met before, you and I. Don't believe me? Then let us be friends. The more you learn about me, the more you'll come to realize how different I am from this other me. I'm a wanderer by trade, but a minstrel at heart, a keeper of tales, a singer of songs, preserver of forgotten truths. Yet in defiance of my inherent nature, I have elected to remain here for a time and compose new works. Okay. You being a traveling sinner, I'm sure you've seen your share of adventures. Such stories often serve as the best sort of inspiration. Perhaps I could persuade you to regale me with one or two. As a sinner of the world, you must surely have all manner of exciting experiences to share. I pray you regale me with your finest. And inspire me to write a song in the echoes of eternity. Let's start with Hades. Hades. I have traversed countless lands and heard the innumerable tales, and yet the name is unfamiliar to me. Pray, tell me more. The very man who flooded this world in light, that its extinction might bring about the rejoining he sought. An Asian who lived 1,000 lives in pursuit of this single-minded goal until he fell at your hand. Not just mine alone, me and other heroes from across space and time. There is a part of me that cannot help but feel that it is not my place to tell this man's story, to sing of the ambitions that spurred him to wreak such wanton destruction, and those that compelled you to see that his dream would die in vain. Yet, if you will permit me a moment's indulgence and a measure of poetic license, I would grace your ears with a tune. I call it Requiem for a Hero. 'Cause I need a hero! I need a hero to the end of the night! He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast. His homeland lost to memory. Through eons did he strive. Dark masks he wore, fell plots he dueled, until the end, that fateful day, when shadow clashed with light, true name revealed his dying wish, remember us as we fade into night. It's raining again! Why is it always raining? The most challenging subject to put into words, indeed, and yet I can take some small solace in knowing that the entirety of the tale, in all its tragic and terrible glory, will live on within you. I must say, I find it quite fascinating how this Emmett Selk chose to reveal his true name on the verge of the battle that would prove to be his downfall. I am reminded of that the Knights Blessed have a similar tradition in which they conceal their true names outside of rare occasions, such as funerals. What significance might the act of announcing his true name have carried for him? A matter to ponder, perhaps. Should you wish to fully grasp the nature of your foe, of the shadow to your light. The Minstrel's Ballad, Hades, Elegy, now accessible. Woo! Boom, 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 boom! Ah, yes, I will tell you the tale of Titania. I am all ears, Lucas. The most esteemed of all Fey folk, the venerated ruler of all the pixies and the kingdom of rainbows. What tragedy for Titania to go forth in defense of their subjects, only to be corrupted and transformed into that which they fought to defeat. A mad monarch, once beloved, then feared, and finally set free. There, 'tis done, and you shall be the first to hear it performed. For love of the faithful, the king fought light and fell. Per spirit corrupted, enthralled they succumbed at. For treasures did lead him into the castle door, for treasures did free the king from tormented evermore. I can only imagine the horror that must have gripped the Titania in the moments before the transformation was complete, knowing that the very people you had sworn to protect would soon suffer and die by your hands. I am all too familiar with it's an all too familiar tale for those of us who have struggled to survive in the wake of the flood. We can but hope that the night's return is to comfort their soul, should some aspect of it endure. Passing the light, the Fae now dance beneath the starlit skies. I look forward to hearing more of your adventures. The Dancing Plague, extreme, now accessible. Alright, got one more. Innocent. Oh, whoop. Right, the Vothri fight. So, this not happened in the benevolent savior who would lord over paradise itself, the only ruler fit for a stagnant monument to hedonistic excess, Lord Vothri, but of course, he would claim the title of innocence for himself in the end. I cannot speak to whether or not he was a monster as a child, but I can sing of the monster's deeds and what became of him as a man. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Beneath blinding skies, the Lord of Light reigns supreme. From his lofty perch of floating fortress, he retreats to plot and scheme. Heavenly exile, born of man and sin, embrace your ascension, and fall, warden resplendent, in vain pursuit of perfection. Not bad. Though he summoned every ounce of his strength as a champion of light, in the end Vothri was no match for the warriors of darkness. He wouldn't be the first to cloak himself in the trappings of righteousness. They are too common by half, and nevertheless I hope that there is some reminder of even man whose name so called good. Just one called. Alright. You and yours did lay him low, no doubt. You will confront other villains in the days ahead, and I should be most eager to hear your full recount after. The Crown of Immaculate Extreme. Can this rain be done now, please? There you go. Ah, please. Preparations are complete. Listen carefully. You are to lead a party of elite troops into the tower and respond to any hostility of the lethal force. Once the way is clear, the researchers can begin their expedition. Our main objective is to identify the source of the ethereal disturbance. The tower cannot be considered safe until we do. Should you encounter any opposition beyond your capabilities, you are to withdraw immediately. I wish you the best of luck. No way! I know this freaking meme of the music. No way. No. No. Okay. Okay. Alright. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. I got some stuff I need to do. I got my book here. Say I gotta do this. The Weeping March. The Weeping City of Mahak. I gotta do the twinning. I got to. Sudden appearance in Norvrant. Extreme have been barely begun. People of Extreme have barely begun to unravel. Now the city is free from the threat of the Light Warrens. Researchers have begun to look forward to explore the innermost of the tower soon to find their. Okay. Alright. Alright. I have to. I have to hear I have to go to the place where this song, like this meme song has come from. I just have to. Oh my goodness. In the meantime though, let me see here. Oh yeah, I have to go. Check this out too. Oh, wait. Oh. Right, the Weeping City of Mahak is a big one. Man, this place is gigantic. Oh, and then never get over how big this place and people are. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, fuck. How may I help you? Ah, and this beast was like no other, you say. Judging by the description, it may very well be one of the new types of fauna being created by the researchers of the Academia Anida. As such, this matter is out of my purview. I suggest you take your claims to the Bureau of the Architect, or better yet, speak with an Academia scholar directly. You will find the Academia Anida in its public coffers to the south of this building. If this mystery beast is one of their experiments, they will have surely more information to offer you. Right. What if they've seen a creation like this? Ah! This is mortal ingenuity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess actually the people of this place were mortal as well, or they wouldn't have died. I rescind my mwahaha. Hello. Academia person. Welcome to the public offices of the Academia Anida. The hallowed halls of the Academia itself are restricted to accredited scholars. My apologies. If I'm not mistaken, your residency was arranged directly by Emmett Silk himself. As such, you have been granted special dispensation to enter our prestigious institution. Might I ask, what has prompted our visit with us today? I see. Yes, that particular creation is under our supervision. If you would like to confirm the beast's containment yourself, then might I suggest a tour of the grounds? Our head researcher is in residence and may be available to answer questions about the experiment you described. Your zeal for knowledge is impressive in one so young. I do implore you, however, to be careful inside the academia. Mind that what you touch and try not to distract the other researchers from their work. Finally, I must insist that you report to me on your return. It wouldn't do to lose track of our little visitor. This way, if you please. And I forgot they treat me like a kid here, because well, I am probably the size of a child. Academia Anida, now accessible. Ayy! There we go. Okay. I'm gonna withdraw real quick. Just do that. There. There we go. Much shorter waiting time now. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Hey, let me double check. Okay, yeah. My heart will not go on. My heart. Shaden, lift security. Level 85. Crypt Lurker's outfit. Oh. Alright, but she's changed it. What is she? An archer, huh? Cool. Why aren't you fancy, lift operator? Ah, yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guests of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, sir. Yay! I forgot about the Hildebrand shit. Fuck! Oh, no! You got this, man. You got this. You got this, Chai.
Go on, dear.
You got this, news.
Thank you all for gathering here today.
You're welcome.
But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around?
Okay. Quite an assortment of people here.
It is a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord 43's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning.
Hey!
As you know, An election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness.
Hell yeah.
Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values.
Nice.
No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today.
Good point.
Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward.
Hear, hear.
This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength for Yulmore!
Nice. My character's weird fast clapping. While everyone else has got like slower claps. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Okay. Okay, before I continue this... Sorry, don't forget again. Okay, so Airport. That's... Here. I'm gonna go pick up the Hildebrand mission again. Okay. Seeds of Rebellion. There it is. Okay. Hey. Save the realm from vegetable scourge. I hear most say the mandragoras are a nasty lot, a right pain in the arse to farmers and provisioners the realm over. But let me tell you, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing their fellow fronds from our larders and tables is but the beginning. The bulbous blackguards have a far grander scheme, a revolution. Madness, you say? Take a ferry to the Isles of Umbra and see with your own eyes. A veritable vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. This muscle-bound fellow with the dim expression, I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Bugger me, if it ain't the undead overlord that fancies himself a gentleman inspector. Which would make you, could it be? The adventurer who bested the thieving duelist in single combat? Yes. Well, bugger me and call me Inspector. Tell me, is it true the duelist traveled with a demon bird whose crow could split the heavens? But that's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a bloody tomato your grace. And that's exactly the fate of we're in for if we don't nip this revolution in the bud. I mean it literally. Literally. As we speak, the mandragoras are planting themselves, a whole army of their own kind, on the Isles of Umbra. You'd be doing the whole realm a favor if you could go there and uproot them before the harvest comes. Many a case have I solved in my day, but I have not matched my wits with sentient plant life before. This would prove quite exhilarating to the Isles of Umbra. Okay. Oh, give me 1 second. I need to open up a window. Oh, my computer's making it warm. Warm in here. Alright. Got it. Oh. Got my keyboard. Okay. Sure. Oh, X triangle. Double circle, X triangle, square. Oh. Feel hostile gaze upon you. Oh. Okay. Hey, David. Just ignore me. Just ignore me. Oh dear. 43? Oh yeah, she can handle this. Thought about offering a hand, but nah, she's got this. Musical what? $? What the heck? Another hostile gaze upon me, huh? God, with all these hot gazes, I mean, hostile gazes upon me. Man, I might have to, meet these, admirers. Hey, Hildebrand. Oh. Alright. Friend! My pursuit of the Mandragores has led me beneath the surface. Yes, he must be down here. Ugh, somewhere. Alright. Hello. Where's the king? Take out the king. There we go. Impeccably fought, my friend. I wish I had seen this battle with my own eyes. You may go ahead and coast your soul. As soon as you extract yourself, okay. Alright. Let's see. Seeds Rebellion. thought I completed this mission already, but I guess I didn't. Maybe I erased it before I did? I can't remember. I could have sworn I completed this. Hello. You returned. I feared you might end up a tasty snack for a crazed head of cabbage. Stolen foodstuffs. You saved my hide today. But I must see if those purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Gugerumu is quite particular about his seasonings. Oh, can I come too? I've never seen a purple dragon pepper before. That wild vegetable patch was a pleasant diversion, but it is time we returned to the case. Now there must be some clue that yet eludes us. Koa, the peppers have changed color. What? What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foe? A gentleman must needs investigate. They're a striking shade of blue, quite far from the purple that Master Lewenhard described. Perhaps we recovered the wrong crate? But look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol. How curious. Did I say purple? I meant purplish blue, or bluish purple. The two colors are really quite similar when you think about it. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. Get him! Ha! The charade is up. After the man. His eyes as eyes expected all along. Oh, his eyes suspected all along. The goggles have proved the key to cracking the case. With speed, Nashu. The fiend must be brought to justice. Alright, he was wearing colored goggles. Like rose-colored glasses, you know, but different. Oh shoot, is he dead? Hey, you dead, man? Are you dead, man? Hey, Sanka, you dead, man? Yeah, man. Cool Runnings, that was a good movie. Oh, shh! You can run, but you cannot... Oh, goodness. I think this is why I kinda gave up on these quests. They're so weird. If you thought you could out-sprint this Manderville man, you were sorely mistaken. For piffling a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of Eorzea, I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, hereby place you under arrest. My God. Huh? Huh? Done in by a sniper. A fitting end for an ignoble thief. Let us see what we can find out about him. Huh? He not dead. At least not yet. Ugh, where am I? Who are you? Oh, the Master of Disguise. Disguise themselves as this guy. Playing the fool will avail you not. I suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken bones. Wait! I remember now. I was on my way to meet with Miss Arabella when... Miss Arabella! I must find her at once! Oh, my head! It would seem that this man wears no mask. This is the true Leeuwenhoek. I swear on my life that it is so. I was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings, and in the next instant he turned on me. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managing to drive a kitchen knife into the man's right hand. In the end, though, he proved too strong for me. Oh, a wounded person. That'd be easy to tell. Now that you mention it, the impostor was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. There is still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely that he has the time to thoroughly research his new target. Most importantly, we now know that the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands of all present. An excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, we shall accompany Leeuwenhoek back to the estate, that we might ensure Miss Arabella's safety. The Mandragoras. I have found you, my little ones. Let me guess, you seethe with anger at those that took from you what was yours. Uh-oh. Oh, the fake Leeuwenhoek. Nod, nod. Then it would appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol and await my orders. When the time is right, revenge will be yours. Really? I kicked your guys' ass once. You want me to turn you into a chopped salad next? I left you alive. The game is afoot, inspectors. What? Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? Ew. He took his face off. Gross. Grody. Nasty. It's a nasty thing. Okay. Teleporting my car myself. Hey, Arabella. Ara. Oh. Miss Arabella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. Well, there's also a little Lullafil lady right next to her. Didn't notice her at first. Oh, Lewin. Always the worrier. Your concern is touching, but I am a woman grown. Besides, lovely though these flowers may be, they are an unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Please, call me Hildy. The pleasure is mine, mine, my lord. Much have I heard of your deeds. Tell me, are these rumors of a many-faced thief true? I fear they are, Miss Arabella. But still your gentle heart. For as long as Hildebrand is on the case, the fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Manderville name. The gods smile on me indeed, to send such a strong and handsome gentleman as my champion, and yet, you seem pensive, my lady. Is something the matter? To tell the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love Vaness. Why, I have not even met him. You sent me this clasp as a betrothal gift, a treasure for my treasure. Wear it always, the message said. I do not care how beautiful it is. It might as well be a golden shackle. Miss Arabella, you must not say such things. An arranged marriage to a youth you have not even met? Unconscionable. Father says that this marriage must happen, that it is for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true Uldan. But if I may be bold, milady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin in as well, though as servant rather than son. You may think father a cold and miserly man, but to me he is the man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Vanessa if that will make father happy. Oh, you cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You are a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Oh, surely you would not have to look far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days. If I have to spend another hour with you, I'm like to lose my wits. But anyway, we should return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's investigations fares. I as well must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends. Jeez. My goodness. With the maiden's virtue hanging in the balance, Hildebrand would hasten to Costa del Sol. We've not a moment to lose, friend. The time of our final confrontation with the fiend is nigh. Our foe has doubtless assumed a new identity. But have no fear. Upon our return to Costa del Sol, I shall employ the time-tested Manderville art of parley to cut through the fiend's flimsy facade. 'Tis an art I would impart to you as well, friend, though there will be time enough for that once our foe is in shackles and Miss Arabella is safe. No doubt it shall prove as invaluable in your adventures as it has in mine investigations, or failing that, serve to entertain you when you have nothing better to do. But I digress. A gentleman must away to Costa del Sol. The fair maiden's life hangs in the balance. Nashu, Miss Ellie, with me! Right. Case of indecency. Alright, so, Well, I don't think I'm gonna get into this place anytime soon, so... I know it is late, so it's probably kind of a bad time to try to do these. Let's see. Wrong one. back to this place. Back to Yulmore. Might as well patch up my gear. Alright, Alphino. What we got? Oh, dear. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individual. It is but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Umorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? Oh shit. We will not be... we will not be moving to the merchant, dearest. It's too big for one thing and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence. I'll have to pick this up later. I was actually not expecting to get into this so soon. That's an interesting bow. Oh, I see this is the lights bouncing off of it. Man, my skills really took a big hit here. Dang. Oh, someone's got the Nidhogg spear. Nice. Or lance. Oh, dang, what's that lance that one's got? One teaming with, like, not teaming with Dark Energy, but the other Dark one that's not the Nidhogg spear. Gladiator weapon. Shield. Looks like it's not from the same set, they mixed and matched. Which is very cool. No, I'm digesting. Whew, thank you you for the Peloton. Oh yeah, I'm not high enough for my Dragoon gauge yet, because I changed them when I get it. Gross. There it is. You missed an orb. Whew, there we go. Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah, damn it. Okay. Come on, you stupid, stupid spider. Ugh. Ah, not again. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Woo! That was close. Not again. There we go. Ah! Get out of here. Stupid bugs. Oh, how I survived that, I do not know. Because a fall from less height, I lose health. Let's see. There we go. Woo! Thick air is thick with otherworldly stench. The pyramid. The pyramidion. The darkness. Now knowing what the Void Scent are, this is kind of crazy, you know? These are all people. Something from their world. Uh-oh. Like, why would you guys just stand? Oh. This was just a summoning circle, not a damage circle. Oh, some of us are dead. Oh, shit. How'd somebody die? Alright, this is gonna hurt. It's Dark Spirit Bomb. Wait, I'm not hurt. How am I not hurt? Oh, the sage protected me. Woo. Thank you, Sage. Oh, shit. Mega Death. Oh, shit. Mega Death. Not Mega Death. Shit. Man, how's I supposed to know what that's gonna pop up at? Ah, not again. Fuck! Oh, I forgot. Oh, right. The damn green things give you a protection from it. Oh, I forgot. Oh, fuck. Will we have enough? Just barely. Oh, thank God. Woo! Damn. Let's see. Oh, that's 270. They look cool, though. I'll just greet them because they look cool. There we go. I know I'm running out of room in my armory chest, my glamour chest, to put stuff on. We're in the darkness now. Oh, shit. Ah, damn it. Oh, they were able to handle it. Right? Gotta get in here, gotta get in here. Ow. Nice. Okay. Alright, now the Maker's Spark. Shattered face. Shattered face, stone eyes, grown dark. Far away now is a terrible sphere that devoured entire cities. We must prove the stronger if we are to reach the Null Stone. Wouldn't mine do more damage? Oh, someone fell off the edge. I dashed so far, what the fuck? Yeah, I dashed right off the edge. Whoa, 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 whoa. Forgot about this. Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Ozma swallows you. No consent. I do not consent to being swallowed. Singularity trace. Oh. Oh shit. Haha. Oh shit. Ooh, okay. Okay. Wait, oh, it's me. Shit. Shit. Oof, okay. Oh, man. Oh, God. No. Damage taken is decreased. Oops, shit. Damn it. Uh-oh. Okay. Woo! Reaper down! Oh, me? Really? Why me? What'd I do? What'd I do to piss this thing off? Oh, good, they canceled the limit break. Whoo! Okay. Now we get this tough lady here. I think I already have those. Nah. Whew. So this is all from the void. Was this like the remnants of people trying to survive? Or what? You know? They try to build like an ark to survive, or is this like twisted from what they had? I'm just kind of wondering. Not necessary, buddy, but okay. Okay, fine, you're still attacking that side, fine. Jeez. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Grand Bijou. Shit. Oh crap. Oh crap. Ah, fuck. How am I not dead? Oh shit. Oh shit. Ow! Ass! Oh dear. It's been a while since I've done this place. Oh, I'm alive! I don't know how I'm alive. Oh shit, no, 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 no. Oh no, oh dear. Oh no, oh no, I'm caught. I'm stuck. I am stuck. Ooh. Ow. Ah, dick. Okay. Ow. Okay. Not paying attention to that. Dodge that at least. Okay, here we go. Come on. I will not be defeated by some overgrown hair clog. Shit! Finish her! Finish her! Shoot her! Shoot her! Oh. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Oof, good job, everyone. Oh. There we go. Okay. Alright. Let me go patch myself up and we'll get back to the quest. Oh, I also have to check my book. Ooh, that's a nice shield. What shield is that? Shield of Divine Light, but glamored with, oh, the Aegis Shield Zeta. Let me see here. Ooh, that's cool. Oh, that is awesome. That is cool. It's a replica, but still, that is cool. Okay, now then. Let's try this again. I'll do my book after this. Alright, skip ahead to where I was. He would carve a monument into the very stone of Yulmore. Much appreciated, but darling, but now I've officially taken the office. Any thought in a more mayoral seat? Yeah, here's where we were. We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big, for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got some time for a word? I recognize them. Oh, yes, of course. Hath and Bet? That's me. Aye, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls as don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting their crumbs. If you plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Then I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for the help, Lucas. I hope to see you again before long. I hope next time I come through here, things in Yulmore have improved. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. Wow. Wow. I have every confidence that they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. Bum 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 bum. So Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends in paradise. Now that paradise is gone, but something better has taken its place, and I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yulmore for the people Master Chai has been going on about ain't gonna build itself, but after all, not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to see we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well then, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Aha! The leader of the band. Oh wow. I got another one. Defender of the Realm. Heck yeah, I'll take that. Thank you. Sweet. Alright, Alphino. Vows of virtue, deeds of cruelty. Alphino wears a satisfied smile, seemingly content with the state of Yulmore. Truly, to see Kai Shia thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet, however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we shall return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Beck-Luke's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Might as well have some stuff going while I can. Back to the Crystarium. Oh wait. Ah. I thought I could save some money. Oh well. Hello, fellow warriors of darkness. Let's see, we got a Gunbreaker here, and a Dark Knight here, level 80. Ah, I see he likes the, oh no. He's at what, level 60 chest armor? Dude, how'd you get to level 80 and not have that? What? Heavy mail sword. Say, what? Dude. What? Dude! You do know how the armory, glamour thing works, right? Hey, Stola. What's up, lady? My favorite gal. Favorite cat lady. In the course of preparing more Orosite, we made a significant discovery. We thought it best to wait for your return before sharing our findings. Oh, really? My congratulations, Lucas. Glad tidings from Yulmore did precede thy coming. I will see that Thancred and Reen hear of these momentous events, that they too might take joy in that which thou hast helped to bring about. I bet you are ready to take some more work. Hey, Elfino, where's your sister? It would seem Alice has yet to return from the inn that journeys ahead. I do hope she doesn't overtire herself. Oh, right, she was helping there. Hey! Hey, Graha. Hey, Graha, what's up? Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed. Indeed. Our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Orosite? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. Really? In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that White Orosite was ill-suited for our purposes. Okay. But, Uyanje, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Asian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Beck-Luke's invaluable insights, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter were we to disregard the invaluable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Orosite doth require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshy simulacra in the sure felt of ether which comprises them would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Orosite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. So you can do one or the other. Then we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to the transference of memories in the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Lucas, Do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Yune? I speak of the royal eye of the Alagon imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Alagons. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Alagons were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wherever so it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Lucas return to the source and inform Cryle and the others of our findings. Yes, indeed. Agreed. I imagine Tartaru will be relieved to hear that we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in the investigations of the empty. I'm helping too! Yes, please do. Should we have any need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Hurdaburdabur. Hurdaburdabur. And a bow and a petty. And a peace. Out. Give our regards to Tartaru, won't you? Will do. The Mordona, eh? Oh, my phone's about to die. Haha! Whoopsie. I had it open so I could see chat. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Oh, right, I had that. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see. Right here. Map to Mordona. Glad it's so cheap to go back to the source. Some places, traveling around in the source is a lot more expensive than traveling between worlds. Ooh, hey, it's actually a clear sky day here, a fair sky. You can see the Crystal Tower from here. Sweet. End of the Rising Stones. Ooh, instance 1. Haha. Oh, close here. We're getting closer. And now it's gone. Oh, wait. Whew, that was close. I just realized something. Oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. I could have probably gotten in sooner if I didn't have the stupid Weeping City still. Oh, that reminds me. Haha. Nice. Okay. Well, let's try shuffling these. That's a bit better of arrangement. If I can get one here, then let's see that one. So I have 4 left. 1, 2, 3. I only get 2 lines. That's okay. That's fine. Well, let's see. Yeah, I can only get 2 lines. Because I get 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Dodaru. Lucas, you're back. How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Kral will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear it too. Just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. Gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell it's everything the moment she gets here. Upon speaking with Totaru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Okay. Yep. Alright, let's do this. Alright, what kind of bombshell are they gonna drop on me now?
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly.
Oh, good.
But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
Well, you see...
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
Yeah.
And
Well...
Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it.
But... there's a problem.
Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Heck yeah. I knew you can count on you guys.
Oh, you're back.
Estinian? Yo, Estinian! Hey, long time no see, buddy.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Hello, my fellow Dragoon. My fellow Azure Dragoon.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've
Dang,
been
that's a
worried
wicked
sick.
spear.
Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated.
Oh.
I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
Oh.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
Xenos.
But his soul lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvus.
Damn it. Yeah, it's like, what? What the hell?
Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Oh boy. Oh, and there goes my Echo. Oh, and Kryles too.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? You should know by now. It's my Echo. My power activating. No, power flashbacks. Oh, okay, he's not dead. Whoa. The fuck? What the fuck is with that dark power? I've seen him in action. His body, at least, you will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good that will do. For what good it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come then. Shit. Oh! Combo move. Nice! Level 3 limit break. He activated his artificial echo. Ah, the simple pleasures of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Shit. Abomination. Whatever he is, Lucas was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer. Emperor Varus, your Radiance, are you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Your Radiance! No! Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Whoa. What the fuck? Xenos has acquired some new power, it seems. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Oh shit. Oh, he's gonna... Oh, yeah, he's gonna cause the core to detonate. Your radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Oh shit! Oh, this is why. Oh. Oh wow. Okay. Woo! Damn! Dang! Nice! I wish I had some of these moves. I think his Coethian Torment's different than mine. Oh, great. I think Final Fantasy VII. Or a version of it. Oh, hit multiple enemies. Oh, I can't target her. Or her. I'm gonna fight these two. Damn it! Oh! This way, quickly! Hey, wait for me! Wait for me! I can't sprint! Make our so these marks move together. It's just we split up. Alright then, I'll take the low road, so to speak. Ah, my legs! I'll see you outside. Stay safe. Principal dynamics. Look at all this ceruleum. Cerulean power. Bum 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 bum. I'm a Stydian! Well, well, someone's been busy. Whoa, what the fuck? Who or what the Oh god! Oh god, no! Volatile prototype. Arc Ultima. They're trying to make a new Ultima weapon? And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nidhogg. Lend me your strength. Damn! It's gone Super Saiyan! Shit, that's just fucked up. Okay. Damage over time. Sword portion of damage dealt as HP. Okay. Alright. Okay, let's start with the big boy. Now loading battle data sample 14. Oh, that's ironic. Sample 12. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Woo! Somebody said, I said, what, do I have to keep going until my limit break is built, or what? Increasing generate output to maximum. Match tech field full power. Good, I did hit him with that AoE. Nidhogg, show them your fury! Oh shit!
Taste my lungs.
I see. I was supposed to kill him with the limit break. Oh hell yeah! Oh, that's fucking badass. Oh, that's awesome. See ya, prototype. Oh, you poor man. Jeez. Well, at least we put him out of his misery. Garleans and their Machina. Now, where are you, Gaius? Hopefully okay. Oh, I'm now in Rising Stones instance 3 instead of 1. Cryo saw that too. I think.
Are you alright?
Ooh, yay, talking. Yeah, we just saw some terrible shit. Very terrible shit.
Peer into my past, did you?
Not willingly. It just happened. Yeah, we saw it all.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
Oh. Oh, good.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit.
No kidding.
Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
Agreed.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Ha, touche. Touche, my good man. Touche.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
Oh boy. That could be a good or bad thing.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Okay. Well, that means one calamity has been
And perhaps
averted.
we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention.
Really?
He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something.
Oh, of course.
Lest you worry. I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
I hope we...
Well, it's nice to have
I wanna
one
put some
less foe
trust in
to
him.
worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead.
Yeah. Well put,
Speaking
Tartaru.
of which, I'll see that Riol and our shinobi are made aware, though we still know next to nothing. It can't hurt to be vigilant.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
Thanks, dude.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
I can show you some of my new moves. As a Dragoon, you know.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Yeah. Alright. Jeez.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I don't have really much control over it. It happens. I wish I had control over it. It would be really great.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Thanks, Kryle. I think I'll take you up on that. He must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here for the rest for a while? I'm sure Becklu can manage without you. They've got enough scions to help them, if you ask me. Yeah, fair point. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Meanwhile, in Garlemald Z. Oh! Oh no! Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Seems like civil war. Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, this is not looking good. And there's Xenos. In his audacious armor as always. And his stupid hair. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse? Do you think I find it amusing? Shit. Oh, well, fuck you. That you. Your soul is... Who are you? An Ascian. That coat, that was the same one that Charlene was wearing. Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you will. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiark. What? You want him to hunt Zodiark? Oh shit. Who's that white-robed figure? Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the First. Z! Sorry. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Data's stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free talos? Huh. We'd best get packing. Steady work, board, and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Oh boy. Where's the shoe gonna drop? Whoa, wait, who is that? Hope. Who are you? No! No, what the fuck? Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. What the fuck? Whoa. Wayward warrior, it is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. What the fuck? What is Ardbert doing alive? Wait. That's not him. That's not Ardbert. That can't be Ardbert's soul in there. Because we saw his soul rejoin his friend's souls. That has to be an Ascian in there or something. An Ascian possessed his body or something. Holy shit. A virtuous deeds, okay. 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 Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay then. Huh. Yeah. Cryo. Yeah. Let's, I'm just gonna pick up this quest and then I'm gonna end the stream there. What the fuck? Old enemies, new threats. Corral is glad of your return, though it remains to be seen if she has glad tidings to share. Lucas, what a pleasant surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not, Master Matoya's treatment has proven effective in stabilizing their corporeal ether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope that they afford us enough time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. If only we could go with you to the First and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing an urgent news. Oh, you! Maxima! Ah, Lucas, it has been a while since we last spoke. Forgive me, I do not believe we have been formally introduced. Maxima, former Guardian Ambassador. I remain here in Eorzea under the auspice of Commander Aldine, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Yes. I've heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but never mind that. You said you have urgent news. Indeed. As you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Guardian forces have been recalled from the Gimmel Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance has withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there that we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims that this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Aldine has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished. I extend this invitation. It would seem some time is of the essence. Or it would seem time is of the essence. Well, you're not... Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone, though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as your comrades. I see no reason to burden a single scion with all this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan Quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. Bow. Curtsy. Well then. To the Alamegan Quarter. And I'll be ending the stream there. I hope you guys all enjoyed. I hope you guys will join me again next time as I continue this. be sure to, you know, make sure to follow, like, comment, subscribe, all that goodness. And for any of you guys here watching live right now, go ahead and stick around, as I'll be raiding another streamer who's on. I'll have to go find one, but yeah. Hope you guys will stop by again next time. I know I kind of stream late, but it's about the best I can do during the weekdays, so usually on the weekends I can stream earlier, so. But until then, stay safe everyone, take care, be well, until next time. This is Starcast signing out. I wish you all a good night and peace out.